All right. So for the YouTube VOD, let's list out our plan for today. Yeah, they want you to use cursor. Exactly. All right, so our plan. We gave up on the Microsoft Teams thing yet again, just because their dashboard fucking sucks. We are now working on the custom webhook functionality, right? And because theoretically anyone using Teams could just use the webhook thing and wire that shit up themselves. No big deal. So yeah, the data model's done. Part of the front end is done. But we need to get the verification process going. I want to model that process based on how Discord verifies webhooks on their end. So that's the thing that we're building today. We started a little later than normal, but we can get to it. Hey, what's up, Yusuf? I don't know, man. Account created 1 minute ago. It just seems like some troll bait. I'm good on it. No, thank you. All right, account created 1 minute ago. Immediately start spamming some divisive bullshit. Hmm. You're disappointed in the situation. I'm disappointed in you trying to troll farm. How's that feel, Yusuf? Where do they say that, Tech Brew? Service will be sunset. What does that mean? Yeah. All right, so number one, this post was made over a year ago, or almost a year ago. Yeah. So it means that they announced it a long time ago. I just wasn't aware. Without any further announcement, we can just assume that Cursor's going to kill it. Actually, yeah, I'm curious when this banner was actually added. Right, the post was made in 2024, but when was that actual banner added to the page? Yeah, I saw the announcements for sure. Like I saw the tweets about it. All right, so yeah, that banner wasn't there as of September 23rd. So they added that banner sometime within the last month. It wasn't there at the beginning of this month. Yeah, because the post is just announcing that they were acquired. The post mentions nothing about the sunsetting of the product. The banner is the thing that announces the sunsetting of the product. Yeah, Tech Brew, I think you're just misunderstanding the timeline of events. That banner was pasted probably within the last week. For something posted within the last week, that shows way more intention. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll see. So yeah, do we think we're gonna see an emergency Theo stream here soon? Maybe a Saturday. Oh, is he live right now? Oh yeah, because GitHub Universe, right? He normally does Wednesdays, but GitHub Universe got in the way. Oh no, he's not live right now. He could be recording it right now. He usually likes to record that stuff on stream though. Yeah, I just saw the /s. Now I would bet that he'll be doing one on Saturday. Yeah, maybe Zep. Honestly, it doesn't seem like it would be that hard to build. There's a lot of prior art already. We do have a first mover advantage. We could release the video first. We could beat Prime and Theo to it. Not like it would matter. We wouldn't eat into their numbers in any way. Nah, I'd do it my own style at least. Molly. Uh, I just don't think I'm good at current event style content. Let's do a quick brainstorm. Let me close some of these things I don't need. If we were to do a quick recording of a video, I'd probably want to shave. Whatever, we don't need to. Right, the intro would be, they are killing Super Maven. Oh, there you go. That's not a bad idea. I think it'd be fun. Yeah. Then it's a bit like Kai Lentit mixed with like Prime and Theo. Right, so they are killing Super Maven. Right, not my usual content. Right, let's do a quick brainstorm. I guess the final bit would be, so what is everyone else moving to? Oop. Cursor? What was the other one you mentioned? You called it like 95 or something? No. I don't want anything that's like a full-on editor. I don't want anything that's a CLI tool. I just want auto-completion. So yeah, I have in Windsurf codecs. Those do not count whatsoever. I just want Super Maven. Copilot's fine. 95.gg. Do they have a free tier, though? They do have a free tier. Cool. Oh, yeah. Super Maven's the tool I use. I like it. I don't know, man. Okay, so why I like Super Maven. The banner. Yeah, no, Open Router is not similar whatsoever. That is power mode. Right? So you know how you can do like fireworks and like other animations? That's the Doge version of power mode. Awesome. So hold on. Let me just do one thing. And what's up, Code Pine? Um, Amp. That's the. Isn't that just Cody but rebranded? No. Uh, Amp Code. Oh no, that's a different one. So Amp Code is different from Sourcegraph's thing? Oh no, it is Sourcegraph's thing. Oh, so was Cody like its own model? Yeah, I'm definitely chalking up way too many tools that I won't use out of Principle. Anything by Sourcegraph is definitely one of them. I will not use anything Sourcegraph out of Principle. Five or six rounds of interview process, only to get ghosted. And I had to reach out to them to get a response. And they pride themselves on their async communication. I'm definitely building up a list of brands that I will just refuse to use. But man, ugh, respect goes both ways. A lack of respect also goes both ways. But we can list it. Let me get more music going. All right. So, yes, they are killing Super Maven. Not my usual kind of content. Blah, blah, blah. We show the banner. We show the Wayback Machine. I explain why I like Super Maven. And then what is everyone else moving to, right? There's tools like Cursors 2.0 and blah, blah, but I don't really want to switch to, I don't want to switch from VS Code because it's just an editor. It doesn't matter that much. Copilot, definitely an option. It's gotten a lot better and a lot faster lately. Sure. Amp tab, which I won't use for personal reasons. Zed, I like I'm saying, I don't want to switch editors. I just really do not want to have to do that. It's just a text editor. I don't give a shit. I just want an extension for the tools that I use. But yeah, 95.gg. Yeah. JetBrains stuff is nice for like language specific stuff. Especially for .NET. I found the C# extensions in VS Code to be kind of shitty. Any other good autocomplete out there? I know there's Codium, someone mentioned. I guess it's with an E. Oh, that's Kodo, right? And then there was another one that's the Windsurf plugin. Oh, I guess there is a Windsurf plugin. Okay. Never mind, my bad. That might be the Codium you were thinking of. Whoever mentioned that, sorry. It is just Windsurf now. So Codium actually was two separate things. There was Codium, and there was another one called Kodo. Another person definitely recommended Kodo to me. But Codium with the E and then Codium without the E were actually separate businesses where they had like a kind of like a trademark dispute. And someone heavily recommended Codium to me. I know, yeah, like it just made sense branding wise. All right, whoever that is, founder, because why not? That's I may not know you, but I am happy to connect with someone on LinkedIn that has that as their title. That is solid. If you're out there, nailed it. Don't have to dox yourself, but nailed it. Yeah, so that's the thing, CodePun. Claude Code is a separate thing. All I want is auto-completion. I don't want something to vibe code something for me. I don't want a chat integration. I just want better autocomplete. That's it. That's it. I don't find value in anything bigger than that for most of what I do. I'm sure it's fine for a bunch of stuff, but not the way that I like to write code, especially here on stream. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to fire up a bunch of these tabs into their own browser. And yeah, we're going to try our hand at a current event style video. I'm going to try and make that a bit rare, just because I don't think I'm the right person to do that stuff. But you know what? Theo and the Primogen are sleeping on the job. And honestly, like, there's room for everyone to make a video about this stuff. It's not like we cannibalize each other's audiences in any way whatsoever, so it doesn't matter. All right, so then, yeah, let's fire these things up. So archive.org's having some issues. I should have kept those tabs open. All right. Um, do we think this makes for a decent enough video? It'll probably be like 3 to 5 minutes max. If I can make it 10, that'd probably be ideal, but I don't know. I'm not going to try and pad it with a bunch of bullshit. Oh, hey. All right. So that kind of worked. Wait, what just happened? Come on, Wayback Machine. All right. Well, while we're waiting, what do we think would be a good like meme image I could do for the thumbnail? Uh, we need it to be high res. What would be another one? We could keep going Godfather references. Might be a little obscure. They're killing Super Maven. We need one that's like high enough resolution to make a good thumbnail, though. Hmm. 1200 by 900, I can make work. Yeah, that one's not bad. Was that the full res one? I think it's as good as we're gonna get. Right, like we got to keep with like the just epic thumbnails I've done on my YouTube channel, right? Right, like these are gold. Like at least these two. These ones are a bit meh. But these two, man, yeah, I really want to like opt into like photoshopping my face onto other things. Oh, come on, load. Yeah, I change it up from time to time. Oh, and Dan, you'll be stoked. I'm gonna be. God damn it! Why does it keep dying? Is this some like JavaScript bullshit that's firing? It might be some JavaScript bullshit. Let's just try it one more time. I'm trying to get this Wayback Machine page to load properly. But some JavaScript bullshit is firing and killing the entire page. Technically, Wayback Machine is having some issues. I think they're getting attacked right now or something. Wondering if maybe we could like throttle the CPU. Yeah. It's just something to do with this part right here. It's just supermaven.com. But yeah, like Wayback Machine's having like 500 errors. Just a bunch of shit's going wrong. Okay, so they were able to load the timeline there at least. Wondering if maybe this will like start to work again, but yeah, I don't know. Bingo. I'm able to get this page just fine. When you click into this October 8th, is that working fine for you? And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it works fine for you because it needs to work fine for me. Like, realistically, I want to just... I want to, like, pause the JavaScript partway through. I want to throttle the CPU. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. So what I want to do then... load it up twice. Let's just try a slightly different day. I think it's going to have the same problem. Yeah, all right. So yeah, we're going to try our hand at recording one of these, like, videos. Wait, they removed the banner. They were already getting pushback. Shit, dude. They did that shit in real time. So now I can't make the video. Damn, they caught me. They caught me. Damn. They sniped me. Ah, oh, that's brutal. Yeah, dude, they removed the banner after the pushback. So now we gotta see on Twitter. Yeah, I got caught blue-handed? Oh no. Yeah. Shit. How do we find that? Cursor, right? So no mention of it. Interesting. Are they watching stream? I'm not big enough for that shit. There's no way. That's just some really, really weird coincidence, I think. Yeah, hello, Super Maven team. Hope you're doing good. Wow. There was a banner at the top of the page saying they're sunsetting Super Maven, and it's gone now. There isn't one from yesterday. There's only today's. But I bet the one from today... God, this archive.org bug is killing me. Fucking killing me, dude. No, I don't need to do it for the attention. Honestly, if they pulled back on sunsetting the service, that's a huge win. Yeah, no, we don't need to drag them. Like, that's awesome. I really appreciate that then. That's really cool. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. We can do that, sweet. Probably just a coincidence. I think that part's good enough. Let me just double check. Maybe, like, yeah, it's not some JavaScript thing breaking, right? Like, if the JavaScript was broken, then this shit wouldn't be working. So yeah, yeah, that's a huge win. Whatever. Well, now I don't need to do anything. It's gone on your end too. Perfect. Yeah, Cursor bought Super Maven like last year. I use VS Code. I actually find Cursor's autocomplete really annoying. Like, really, really annoying. Like, it gets in my way more than I want it. And I run out of credits way too quick. Because I'm on the free tier, because I don't feel like paying for an editor. And I was going to mention all of this stuff in the video. Yeah. I find cursors autocomplete super annoying. I've heard some people say it's the best in the business. I just wonder about those people. Does 95 have a Twitter account or anything? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Super Maven's great, man. I think you're gonna like it. Like, there are times when it feels hit or miss. Like, it'll autocomplete something perfectly, and then 5 minutes later, it's like it's never seen that code before in its life. But for the most part, it's been really solid for me. I was lamenting. Hey, thanks, guys. But yeah, anyway. Well, now I guess I just don't need all these links. All right, I guess we can get to work. I guess. No, Twitter X to Messijo is going to be insane. No. Like, Twitter Messijo, if you want to do anything like what we're doing for Blue Sky, it'll cost you 50 grand a year. Minimum. So yeah, we're not going to get Twitter X support until I got VC funding and I got a bunch of customers that need it and are willing to pay for it. Like, it would be on like the premium tier kind of thing. Yep. But here's the thing, Dan, you're probably going to be stoked. We're working on the webhooks. That doesn't do anything yet, but it will. Ooh. Remember when Twitter was free? Hell yeah. I never built anything on it, but yeah. No, we did not sort out Microsoft Teams. One of the people we were talking to yeah, one of our mods, actually. Sorry, I was trying to remember who it was. It was Four Wheel. Four Wheel was talking to their like MS Teams person at the company they work at, and they were like, "Yeah, honestly, you could just send us a webhook, and we would do like the integration part." So yeah, if I can skip having to deal with Azure dashboards, that's just a win. And if it would still satisfy larger corporate clients, then it's a win-win. So yeah, like the webhook enables all sorts of other flows. Like webhook enables Zapier and if this then that type shit even, you know? Theoretically, I haven't looked at what integrating with either of those would look like. But we should. In fact, yeah, let's double check that. What does that look like? Super Maven sunsetting? You may just want to do sunset. That's why you said what you said about webhook formatting. No, and I totally agree. I think you're right. Like, if there's something extra I'd have to do to make it work with Zapier and whatever, realistically, I might just put like Zapier and if this then that as just like their own notification options, but it would use like the backbone of the webhook functionality. But then that would allow me to like format the data properly. Like I don't think adding custom formatting would be the answer, but maybe. I don't know. It's something to think about. I think if we get the webhook thing set up first without custom formatting, we can wait until users ask for it, kind of thing, right? I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let me get more music going. Do I have a standard API for notification integration, or do they each have their own very separate code? What do you mean by that? Yeah, now that's a hard one there, Tech Brew. I would say be wary of leaking keys and make sure that you can reset them. And then have a scene maybe like this one, right? But you can't make it automatic. There's other streamers that do like a blur. I question the blur technique just because AI is really good at reverse engineering like pixelization and blur. Yeah. You're going to leak keys as a stream. Isn't blur proven to not work? Basically, yeah. AI is really good at reverse engineering blur. Same with like pixelating, pixelization. But yeah, same with pixelating. Pixelating is also something that AI is really good at reverse engineering, depending on on the size of your pixels and some of that stuff. So yeah, for the most part, if you want to be better safe than sorry, do not obfuscate it. Just cover it, right? Like whole screen. Pixelizationing. Pixelizationating. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now you're thinking with portals. Yeah, it is definitely not an easy word. Oh, wow. Twilio just acquired Stitch. They actually reached out to me. For a DevRel position at one point. I could have gotten some of those sweet RSUs, huh? That'll end up being the second company that I missed out on. I could have been just automatically DevRel for Highlight right before their acquisition. I could have been most likely DevRel for Stitch before their acquisition. So basically, if a company reaches out to hire me for DevRel specifically, I should buy it. I should buy stock or something, right? I should try and invest. Is that what I'm hearing? I think that's what I'm hearing. I think that's what I'm hearing. Good old P15G. There you go, Code Shutter. There you go. And then, so, Dan, like notification.add method? No. Like, what do you expect that would be? And Messijo's going good. Yeah, we're working on the webhook stuff, slowly. Man, I was getting all, like, amped up to record, like, a current events video. So now we're, like, settling back down. Back to reality. Here comes gravity. Mom spaghetti. Something. I don't know. No, not at all. I mean, kind of. There is a single function in which we hook our notifications. Like, I can show you that. That might make it a little more obvious. It's the snippet matcher. We do our, like, match and snippet logic. If I can find it. Yeah, here in the matcher. So basically, we have match and notify. This is where we match keywords into the normalized message struct that we have. And then from there, we look for... Right, we grab all of the keyword notifications by the org and keyword ID. And then from there, we just loop over each of them. And based upon the type, we do our thing to send the notification. Now, for the mailing, because we do batching, that goes through and has its own separate thing for, like, when we send the batch email. But then, yeah, it's just each one of these has its own case in this switch statement, or in this case statement, technically. So I would just add, you know, webhook as a value here, and I would just send the webhook. Yeah, so it's a little more... I don't know how to describe it, but we do have an abstraction there, but it's not what you were thinking, I think. All right, hold on. Did I get other questions that I might have missed? Do you want DevRels for your new code? It prints Hello World, plus I can invest at a low price of $1 million for 1%. Yeah, which would mean that you think your company is valued at like $1 trillion, right? Nah, I'm good. Put it this way. If you want to draft up a contract, I'll make sure we add provisions for at least 6 months of salary. Yeah, I could do that. And it doesn't matter how much you want for a 1%. I'll maybe invest $5,000. Whatever that gets me is what it gets me. But only if I have a guaranteed contract for basically more than that. So up to you, Dan. No big deal. Okay. Man. How cool would it be if they actually are watching stream? They're definitely not. They're definitely not watching stream, but man, that'd be cool if that's how that happened. I'd love to know that. Oh, that'd be cool. I would brag about that for so long. You think someone that works there is watching stream? I don't think so. No, I think they're just finally responding to the tweet that I saw that inspired me even like finding out about this shit. Because I saw that tweet at like midnight last night. Nah, if we look at the timing, the timing was they had a bunch of meetings today to discuss if they really wanted to sunset it and what the fallback would be, or what the fallout would be, and blah, blah, blah. And then they finally made the decision by around when I was starting stream. That's about it. Right? If we really think about the timeline, I'd love to claim that shit, but it wouldn't be the truth. Unless they come out and say it. But they won't. Yeah, let's do one of these. No, I'm sure they feel like it's cannibalizing their market, but the fallback, or like the fallout, would have been pretty huge. Like the blowback is the word I was looking for. Right? Like they would burn a lot of goodwill. Right? There would be people that absolutely wouldn't touch Cursor because of that sunsetting. And I'm one of them. Now, oh shit, you know what? I should give Cursor more of a try. No, it's not Teeling. This is Pendleton. But yeah, like, I really, really do not like that practice. I am anti-DigitalOcean at this point because of the shit they did to Nanobox. Elixir fans know what I'm talking about. Oh, Teeling is yours. I get it. Yeah, I had Teeling a bunch in San Diego, hanging out with Glasses from Alt F4 stream. He took me to The Field, which is some like Irish bar. Funnily enough, I kept asking for like whiskeys they had, and they kept coming back like, "Oh, we're out. Oh, we're out. Oh, we're out." I asked for one. He's like, "I think I got it in the back." Dude goes to the back. Oh, they're out of that. But he found a bottle of Teeling. Like, it was just so funny. I managed to pick at least 3 whiskeys that they were theoretically out of, which was funny. Only Irish thing that can't hold its whiskey is a pub. Ooh, that's a solid joke. Did you just make that up? Or is that like an old thing? And yeah, Nanobox was end of life ages ago. They used it to build out some bullshit thing, but they just didn't even support Elixir with their app platform stuff. Like, no, they just bought it to cannibalize it and kill it. Yeah. You just made that up? Dude. Dude, you should tweet that. Right, app platform for static sites. That wasn't what people used Nanobox for, you jerks. Yeah, I am fairly anti DigitalOcean because of that. I don't like the buy a competitor and kill it philosophy. It's also why I'm not using Mailjet or Mailgun for anything, because the company that bought them is basically just running them into the ground. Cinch or whatever. Like, they gutted the dev teams, and they're so buggy now. So yeah, I refuse to use anything by Cinch as well. We'll post it to Blue Sky then, Jar Sauce. Nah, it's fine. It's whatever. Resend is a cool company. I just, I don't like their rate limiting. And I don't want to have to reach out to them. I'm using SendGrid by Twilio. Honestly, Mailgun and Mailjet are still usable. There's just a bunch of bugs in their dashboards at this point. Resend is good for prototyping. Like, Resend's great for prototyping. It's a very smooth, easy experience. So yeah, I'm not getting down on Resend. It's just, it wouldn't make sense for a product like mine that is very heavy on like sending email. But if you're just doing like basic transactional emails, yeah, Resend's probably totally fine. And you can reach out to them to get the rate limit increased. I was planning on it. I'm thinking SMS integration would be at one of the higher billing tiers. And we started implementing it, and I just realized, I don't think it needs to be MVP. I've heard good things about Postmark as well. Yep, yeah, that's a good call. I haven't used Postmark myself, but I've heard good things. Definitely worth checking out. I think they're a little on the nose about who their biggest competitor is. Tech Brew, SendGrid is the email part. That's the thing I'm using. All right, so this is where we're leaving off. These are where we left off on Tuesday. I don't know. I think I'm good on that. I mean, you can talk about it here if you want. So yeah, we need to create the dialog for validating a webhook. We don't have that yet. We need to create the endpoints for that process and rate limit them properly. After that, we can finally wire up sending of the webhooks. We probably need to think about documentation for the webhooks. And we also need to reset the validation state when the user tries to change the URL. So we've got a fair bit of work to do. All right, so yeah, the dialogue. You could. All right, so it's a bit long, but whatever. We're not paying by the letter. What are we, hourly? All right, so this is validate webhook dialog open. Yeah, no worries, tech bro. Woo. Man, I stayed up way too late last night. All right, so then we've got this in the description. So yeah, what we want to do is maintain some state. And yeah, this component's getting a bit big. We could break stuff out here at some point. But yeah, let's just keep working. So yeah, this is going to be... Oh, not there. want it to be disabled. So I want to do it in a div. We can let the edit link go nowhere for now, but we're probably going to need to change that. This, I do want to be not a flex column, though. And the gap is probably more like a 2. And then, yeah, I want to make this the edit pencil. That's what a webhook is, Code Shutter. That's exactly what we're working on right now. It's fine. I think it's a little funny. You're speaking to the choir, man, or preaching to the choir. No, I think it's fine. It's okay. All right, so we're not setting the notification to be validated. That's going to be up here. Cool. Yep. All right, our cancel doesn't work. And then, yeah, this is no longer a link. We'll have validate there. Oh, and did I miss a follow? Why don't I see the follow in my list here? Weird. Yeah, my activity feed doesn't show it. Whatever. Corpse revived. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, weird. I just saw the email notification. I see the 7x for sure. Yeah, so that's part of power mode. So like the so coded, much solid, rally VS Code power, much skill, so engineered. That is also power mode. And yeah, it drives the thing too. Yeah, I think it's fun. Let me get more music on. Yes, then really this button would be an on click. And that set false would be a separate thing. But now we're getting to the point where we need to actually make the request. And we don't have an endpoint for validating yet. Okay, so I think we have a flaw in the back end when creating the new notification, right? Like we have this prop, public key and private key, but I don't think we set any of those up. So we need to do that part first because there will be a signature value that we have to do. We gave up on Teams again. The dashboards are just brutal. Why do we need a public and private key? So that we can sign the messages being sent so that the user can verify that it's actually coming from us. It's basically webhook security practices 101. We could do an API key. I like the way Stripe does it. I think by doing it as a public key, it makes it easier for like people implementing things. They don't need to worry about leaking the public key. The main reason we're doing it is because it's the way Stripe, Discord does it. And I think technically Stripe does it that way too. We'll see how Stripe does it. We'll see if they just do a raw API key or if they're doing a public key. Yeah, that's kind of best practice, cast dev. I don't know. Go for it. Are you actually going to do it? That's a big part. Like, there's no point collecting emails if you're not going to actually follow through on sending marketing emails. So, yeah, I mean, Stripe does just do a secret value rather than public private. Hmm. I get it, Casadev. I just wonder what prevents you from just launching and getting people into it. Like, how soon are you going to launch? How much is it worth the effort of setting up the notify stuff when you can just launch the product instead? Like, in general, it's better to do the notify me when ready thing if you're trying to validate if you even want to build it. If you've already built it, I'd say just publish it. All right. Yeah, I think a secret key works. I don't know if it's really that much more work to do it. I get it, Casadev. If it's going to be that long, then go for it. Yeah, I was just saying, like, you know, how much effort would it be to just skip it and launch? So if it's still going to be a few months, then yeah, go for it. What's another like webhook platform we could look at? Like, what other platforms allow you to set up webhooks? I mean, Casadev, do you need a service? You just need a form. It's just a form someone enters an email into, and you store that in some database. That's it. Now, you probably do want to make sure that you're managing like email subscription logic and stuff like that, and that's where you probably want to use something like MailChimp or some other mailing list service. But the most basic version of it is you have a form, someone enters their email, and you're done. I almost feel like wiring up a service would be more expensive than it's worth. Like, when are you going to start sending emails? How about that? If you're going to be sending like marketing emails during the next few months while you're still building, then I would use something that allows people to unsubscribe and all that stuff. If not, you can just gather an email list right now and then do that part later, right? But make sure that you have the unsubscribe service and logic stuff set up before you send your first email. there's a lot of ways to do it. I don't know the right way. You kind of just got to make a decision and go with it. But when building a service like that, use empathy. How would you want to receive those emails? Would you want to just sign up and hope for the best? Or would you want to sign up and get an email confirming it? Because what if someone enters someone else's email? Things like that. Think about your user through the process and build around that. Just like startups. But GitHub has a webhook thing. Like, is it like per repo? Yeah, webhooks. There it is. Okay. Wait, when did I set up a webhook? Oh, it's because I'm deployed to Netlify. Netlify does the webhook stuff. Well, I was going to say MailChimp would make sense for the unsubscribe stuff. That way you don't got to wire that yourself. But again, up to you. You just got to make a decision.
What does it do? What's it for?
Oh, interesting. So GitHub lets you set up the secret yourself. Oh, let people specify the format or the content type? Oh, that's not bad either. I'm glad we looked at this then. Yeah, I like that idea. So maybe not like the schema, but the content type could be valuable. I do like that idea. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to mix and match the way we do this. Okay. So let me do this. Woo! Sorry for the yawn. Hold on. What are my meetings like tomorrow? All right, so because I don't think I'm gonna make it out to. I don't think I'm gonna make it out to the grocery store for sodas tomorrow, but I definitely want sodas for tomorrow. I'm gonna order some on the DoorDash, which I don't usually do, but whatever. All right, yeah. So glass bottle Coca Colas. Yep. What else do I want to get? Oh, I need trash bags. I've got plenty of whiskey. I've got more than enough whiskey. Mexican style cheese blend. Yeah, so I can do nacho stuff. Yeah, I'd say that's enough. I don't need that much. Oh, yep. And they still haven't fixed it as far as being able to reset. Yep. Oh, ghosty. All right. So yeah. I'm gonna get some. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Oh, okay. So yeah, getting me some of them sodas. hell yeah. Omar, no, we're not deployed on AWS. We're using a service called server.pro because of the value that it gives us. Hold on. Let me load it up over here, maybe. So I didn't want to use AWS just for EC2 stuff, and I'm using Cloudflare Workers for the static stuff. And for the price, dude, EC2s do not compare. 4 gigs of RAM, 4 cores, 40 gigs of disk space. And I haven't looked at what the bandwidth is for $7 a month. Pretty rock solid. And I've had some stuff hosted on server.pro for ages. Keep in mind that I have a bias. One of my mods runs server.pro, and they gave me a bunch of free credits to host the voting tool that I use, Poliday. So I have a bias there. I have to make sure that is disclosed because I am very much all about ethical disclosure. But yeah, server.pro solves my needs, and it's fast enough. I got 4 gigs of RAM for $7. I would assume it's shared, but it's a VPS. So it's not dedicated, right? But as a virtual private server, I haven't experienced any like overselling or anything like that. So it seems like server.pro is doing the right thing there. I've definitely been on other VPS providers that oversell their servers, which can be annoying. And for full transparency, I think they're using OVH under the hood. So you could just go straight to OVH if you wanted. I'd be curious what their pricing is. Right, so if we wanted 4 gigs... Oh, wow. Yeah. So it looks like maybe we could get even more hardware. Yeah. Yeah, looks like we could get more bang for the buck. Omar, you didn't like OVH's support? And Contabo? I don't remember what Contabo is. Are they another host? They're like a super cheap host, right? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend Contabo. They're like super, super cheap. But OVH actually seems pretty good as like a direct provider. Yep. I don't know. I have the option to support one of my mods, so why not? And that's worth an extra $3 a month to me. Where do they say what their bandwidth is? They don't disclose it. I don't know. It's a nice enough service. I like it. All right, so the part where we're at with the app. What we want to do is, yeah, instead of public key, private key, right? Hold on. Did we delete the one? We did. Oh, thanks, Unticked. Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, this is a good album. If you ever want to know the exact song that's playing, you can just do !song, unless I got a bug. All right, so what I want to do then for our back end, we're going to roll back. And we're going to modify all of this stuff. So it's going to be secret key. But we're going to have another thing, and instead of public key, it's going to be content type. We still want the validated at. And yeah, see, like, this is why I was so pumped on Super Maven earlier, right? Like, it's fast. It gave me, like, all that auto-completion, like, really good context. But it doesn't, like, overstep its bounds. Like, yeah, fantastic. Like, big fan. And what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? How you doing? All right, so now we go to the migration. Nope, it's actually 3D Factor. Check the website. Check the website. The banner isn't there anymore. We were about to make a current event style video about it. We were going to record it here on stream, Theo style and everything. And while we were making that, they removed the banner. So it's almost like, were they watching stream? Probably not. No, I think it's just the time it took to react to the pushback that they got starting last night when people noticed. When I saw the tweet, at least. Yeah, there you go, right? They were killing it, and then they brought it back from the dead. But yeah, 3D Factor. Yeah, it looks to me like they canceled the sunsetting. Like, if anything, they should be using Super Maven as a funnel to Cursor. Like, it should almost be like a loss leader. Just for the sake of the user base and how many people they could, like, nudge with Cursor notifications and stuff. Right? Like, the marketing value of just having that other channel inside of VS Code is huge. I think there's all sorts of reasons why they could keep it. Yeah, exactly, 3D Factor. Yep. VS Code probably has a TOS against that. They don't. No, you can show notifications inside of VS Code just fine. Now, if you're saying, like, to funnel Cursor users, Maybe. I think that'd be tougher. Maybe. I don't know. I think that'd be a lot tougher. Because there's ways to get around that. Like, there's no way that they can say, like, you're not even allowed to mention other tools, right? Because there's windsurf in VS Code. It used to be called Codium, right? How would that even get approved for the marketplace, right? So, I don't know. I could definitely see something related to it. But, yeah, I don't know. Windsurf is also likely going bye-bye. Who'd they get bought by again? They got bought by Devon, right? Yeah, Cognition. They're like the Devon people. Yeah, I don't see why Devon would buy Windsurf just to kill it. I thought it was after OpenAI said no. Like, there was definitely talks about OpenAI buying Windsurf as well. There you go. Yeah. The CEO got bought and left. Yep. 3D Factor? Yeah, a lot of companies say that shit. Whatever. Like, yeah. You mean an out of touch CEO? Who ever heard of such a thing? What a novel idea. And 3D Factor, the way I interpret that is just that, like, they feel like they have devs that could do all the work anyway, right? Like, what's novel about Windsurf where you need all that, like, institutional knowledge? Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Dan. Okay, I get that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And what's up, Ayub? How you doing? I almost said Ayubite, but it's Ayub Tai. Do you get people misreading that all the time? Windsurf was already stagnating? A little bit. I think that's a bit tricky. Um, when you say stagnating, do you mean just like the tool itself? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. At GitKraken, we actually have a bunch of data about like the S code fork usage, which is interesting. I can't necessarily disclose that stuff at the moment, but it would be nice to be able to share that stuff. We were going to publish a blog post, but we didn't want to ruffle any feathers. If you want to use NeoVim, sure, 3D Factor, but some people don't, which means there's room for all sorts of stuff. We had some TUI stuff for like Launchpad and some of those things, but we don't anymore. We pivoted what our CLI does. The CLI at this point is basically a glorified delivery system for our MCP server, but I think there are still some other cool features in it too. I really do think, though, that like Launchpad and some of those features would be really nice to integrate into something like NeoVim. But because we killed that part of things, that's a non-starter. And hold on. So, Ayub, you're asking what we're working on. The main project is this. And the feature that we're working on is adding webhook support so that users can get notified at whatever endpoint they want. We just send them the payload. And then we're getting nice and distracted. And then Omar, if you're still over on YouTube, yeah, basically to wrap up the thought, because I just saw your message again, maybe the customer support through Server Pro is better and worth checking out. It's totally up to you. But also, they do game hosting. So, right, like if we pick a game, you could host game servers with like one click, basically. So that's really like the main business that Server.pro does. Like I've heavily considered launching up a GTA 5M instance just for, some fun role-playing stuff. And I think I'll probably just wait for GTA 6 now. How am I dealing with distraction when I try to learn something new or code? What do you mean? Like on stream or just in general? Yeah, they got all sorts of stuff, man. I didn't realize RimWorld together was a thing. They got Space Station 14. We got a couple people here who are big fans of Space Station 14. An Arc server would be kind of fun. Like, when the hell is Arc 2 coming out, man? Yeah, exactly, unticked, right? Like, yeah, pretty cool. So you mean in real life, not on stream? I mean, part of why I stream is because I'm more focused on stream than I am off stream. It's way too easy to distract myself with other shit off stream. So maybe start streaming. Not saying you have to. I just think it's an interesting idea, isn't it? All right, so yeah, we're pivoting from a public-private key situation to just using a secret key, and we're going to have a content type header that the user can configure as well. So, oh, that was the last song on the album. Let's get another. Yep. Yeah. All right. So then we want those to be part of the creation form. So yeah, we go back to notification form here. And we got URL. We're going to have secret key. We're going to force the user to do the secret key thing, and we want to force them to validate. And content type. Application JSON, and what was the one GitHub let happen? Did we close it already? No. Application XWW. Yeah. URL params? What do you mean by that? Form URL encoded. Like, are you saying that would be a content type that we send? Hmm. I don't know if I'll add that one until a user requests it. Like, is that something you would actually use? Or are you just spitballing? Are you just, like, thinking outside the box? No, 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 no. URL encoded is basically like form data. So technically, when you submit like a form on a website, the default is form URL encoded. Oh, I guess multi-part form data. Oh, you're right. Well, now I'm mixing those up. Shit, you're right. I'm mixing those up for sure. Ah, okay. So multi-part form data is when you have binary data. URL encoded is just when it's pure text. But they end up being basically the same. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So this is the URL encoded one. It still like goes over the wire like this, but okay. And then if we were to look at this, okay. So maybe we do want to add multi-part slash form data. I could see that being an option. Yeah, I could like that. And what's up? Wait, what is that emote? Is that Deadpool or something? No. Oh, that's from Arc Raiders. Oh, okay. How is Arc Raiders? I'm guessing you played it? URL encoded could theoretically go in query params, but like that's not how you'd send it over the wire. Like this is still just a TCP message, you know? So you got 10 hours in already? Nice. And yeah, Ethan, thank you for that sub, dude. 42 months? That's a solid number. That's a really solid number. And oh man, dude already picked up my shit. Dude's got all of it. I got my soda, I got my trash bags, and I got my cheese on the way. Probably not going to use the cheese tonight. Like I'll go to the grocery store and grab ham tomorrow for nachos, but yeah. At least I'll get some soda. Well, yeah. All right. So yeah, is it good? It's basically like Arc Raiders is basically like Escape from Tarkov, yeah? Isn't it? You'll be at 21 months and 11 days? Hell yeah. Um, yeah, I think I like the idea of adding multi-part form data. We're not going to be doing bulk, so that's not a concern for right now. Yeah, we're not going to be batching like webhook events. I don't know of any other platforms that do that either. And yeah, what's up, Bobo? This is the project we're working on, and we're currently adding webhook support to it. I think we just need these 3. I don't think any others are necessary. GitHub only does these 2. Like, I don't think XML is necessary. And in fact, we could leave off the form data for now, too. Like, realistically, we can add to the list as customers decide that it's necessary, right? But I don't think we want to go too ham adding stuff just for the sake of adding stuff. You know, it just increases the complexity. No, we're not going to add that complexity. Sorry, Dan. No, not worth it. Until we have a customer who's paying us that says they need it. Yep. See, I think these 2, following GitHub's, example, I think that's fine. I do maybe need to have the headphones out. Actually, it just says shopping complete, so he's not on the way here just yet. All right, so we're good there. I got some stuff coming from Instacart. But yeah, no, I'd say this is good enough, right? So the user will be able to do a secret key of their own if we want, or if they want, or they can press a button to generate one. Oh, Zod has a URL type? Oh. Not in the version we're using. Oh, it's string.url? Oh, that would make more sense. Ah, okay. Yeah, I like that. That works. Okay, so now we need to go do the form stuff. So if it's webhook, we see webhook URL. We're going to have another form field. Damn right, Nomad. We're using React Hook form. It's basically the one that's in Shad CN by default with their form component. So I just went with it. That's fine, Nomad. I don't know. A lot of people that hate it just because they are either rebelling against that generation or they're just blindly following some popular person's opinion. Happens a lot on the internet. Effect is interesting, but I don't like how it basically like pollutes the entire code base. It's like RxJS. The moment you start using RxJS, you kind of need to use RxJS everywhere. I feel like it's the same way with effect. In fact, I consider effect to be a modern replacement for RxJS. All right, so let me double check this. I think we do type. Oh, yeah, we do type. All right, so yeah, notification type. How are we doing that form element? Because I do find that like select dropdowns are kind of annoying with React Hook form. I wonder if TanStack form makes that stuff better. I need to do like a side project where I use TanStack form. And holy shit, let me see if I can find it. I was in SF like a month ago, and I was chatting with someone. And they were like, wait, are you Tanner Lindsley? And I was like, I don't think I look anything like Tanner Lindsley, but I saw a thing earlier today where I was like, oh shit, I kind of see it. Who posted it? I bet he got tagged. I could just look for Tanner that way. But yeah, like I hadn't seen it before. It didn't make any sense to me until all of a sudden. Right? Like when I see that photo, I don't see it. But yeah, then this video. actually kind of saw it a little bit. Like, a little bit right there. I don't know. Yeah. Like, this is the most I've ever seen where, like, okay, I could understand if someone got me confused with him. But still, I don't think so. But that's the closest it's been. I'd never wear a baseball cap. I'm kidding. I think I've done it once or twice. And hold on. Wait. Was this an interview? We are using Shadcyan Select. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Take it easy. Was this an interview they did at React Summit? No, it looks like this is just like a podcast episode. Okay. Because, yeah, at React Summit, I'm actually going to be interviewing, I think the list is 4 people so far. Daniel Rowe, Ken Wheeler, and I forget the other 2. So, yeah, that'll be cool. Like an official React Summit, like, interview thing. Which will be kind of fun. But yes, I'm going to be using the select thing. I just want to double check and make sure that I'm doing it the same way that I'm doing it elsewhere. Because I don't want to figure all that out separate myself. My main point was I always have to go find the boilerplate for it just to remember what the right way to wire it up to React Hook form is. And yeah, it adds a bunch of boilerplate. All right, so this is content type. All right. Yeah, my soda should be here soon. That'll be way better than whiskey and water. Ugh, gross. Okay, so then the on value change thing, that we don't need to do because it's just going to be the raw value. And I don't actually think we want to disable these while editing. What we might want to do is at least just show like a warning if they do edit these values. Like before they save, like right above it, we'd have like a little alert box. Yeah, I don't think we want to do that, but they will have to like revalidate and all that stuff. Yeah, URL. They can edit that as much as they want. All right, so then back to the select. We're not going to have any values. So yeah, this isn't allowed notification types. This is... Yeah, we're going to do this. Allowed content types. And then here, do this. We don't have a logo. Label is exactly what it is. And let's go look at that now. So we go to create the new type. We go webhook, and we see webhook URL, secret key, and content type. For the secret key, I think I want to add a button to generate it. Where do we want to put the generate button? Are we thinking like maybe here to the right? Do we put it inline? This is wrong. It's called neo-brutalism. And yeah, I think it's fun. I like it. Come on, I want my sodas here already, man. But yeah, where do we think we should put that button? Where should the generate button be? We could put it below. Like I don't know if inline. You think inline? Is there something we could do with an icon? I just feel like the word generate is so long. Here's the thing. No, I don't think I want to do inline because we're going to have two inline buttons, one for showing the value, right? Like the little eyeball icon. And we're also going to have a copy button. So because of that, I think we have to put the generate button just right there. Because it's just too much stuff. Unless there's an icon we could use. Maybe we do generate at the beginning? Circle with an arrow? Let me just double check. I'm leaning towards no. Like, which one of these? I don't think I like the circle with an arrow. I don't think it's obvious enough. Oh, like a rotate. Hmm. Hmm. Nah, like we may use that icon in like the generate button. I just don't know if I like it inline in the field for that. All right, so then for this, we want justify between. I swear it's listening to me. I swear Super Maven listens to your microphone, which I think is good. It saves me some effort. Oh. Yeah, that's something I don't like about Instacart. They don't update their map very quickly. But yeah, this dude will be dropping this stuff off pretty soon. All right, so generate secret key. We need to figure out what that would mean. Let's see what it looks like in the form. Have I ever had any vocal issues from all the streaming I do? Um, I feel like usually only when I'm sick, but I'm not yelling like Primogen does. And I also feel like I think there's some like vocal training stuff that he's had to do to kind of like fix the way he talks a bit. Like he's like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what caused his vocal issues. I would guess it's the yelling. I would guess there's also just like some way where he's more talking from his throat rather than his chest. from all the podcasting. Yeah, I mean, I think I speak from like lower in my throat. Because that's one of the things that you need to do for singing. You want to sing from your chest rather than from your throat. Otherwise, you're going to burn out your vocal cords. It's why the original singer from Journey can't sing anymore. Because he was singing from up here rather than down here. I don't know. Not sure. And I don't think I talk nearly as much as like a podcaster would. I think that's a big part. My throat does feel a little scratchy. All right, just making sure. I think this food's getting delivered here pretty soon. Not food, but soda, cheese. I want to make sure I get the cheese into the fridge quick enough. And yeah, I think more than anything, it's just all the yelling Prime does. Who knows? He could have the Michael Douglas problem. We don't necessarily know what he was up to 20 years ago. Death metal vocalist? Maybe. I want to do something about the height. Why is this so tall? I think the height is maybe hard coded. Yeah, it does have a hard coded height. So we'll make it, I don't know, like H6. And we could do the no shadow. Because of my size for the button. No matter what, size is going to like force, like the button's going to have a hard coded height no matter what. Right? It's just the way that Shad Cien styles buttons. Or at least Neo Brutalism does. All right. Looks like he may have dropped the stuff off. Let me go look real quick. Give me a second. All right, here we go. And yeah, maybe it's the whiskey and the sodas. All right, I gotta pee real quick. Give me a second. Oh, I'm gonna dump this whiskey and water. Ew. All right, I'm back. Text smaller? Maybe. We'll look. All right, so I want to do the no shadow thing. And I'm not sure I'm too worried about the ratio. Let's look at the font size. So it's already text SM. We could try text XS, but I don't know. That might be just a little too small. Yeah, no, I don't think I like that. I do want to add an icon, though. Because I think you were right that, like, rotate icon was pretty good. That does need to be a bit smaller. I think that's way too small. Maybe without the word generate, we just put it as like the rotate icon next to secret key here. I think I like that. But all right, so we got sodas for tomorrow. And man, I ordered way too much cheese. I forgot it came in like 2 big bags of cheese. So I'm gonna be eating nachos for days. Might need to freeze it. Make the icon spin? I mean, we could just animate it. We don't need a library for some simple CSS. The key would be, is the icon actually centered properly to do that? What do you mean 3D factor? Flexbox for what? Like the positioning of the button? I just don't think the rotation is necessary. So then I think we could go smaller. We could go 6. Yeah. Yes, we need a button for it because it's a button you click to do it. Like, yes. How would we regenerate, or how would we generate the value without it being a button? Oh, you're saying just style-wise. So instead of, like, the visual of the button. So you're saying, like, just the icon? No, I like the idea of a button there. Makes it more obvious it's clickable. Shake to generate. There you go. Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were just saying, like, icon, like, you know, clickable div style. So, yeah. No, you shake your monitor. Obviously, 3D factor. All right, so hold on. How about this? We'll do both. Like, either one's tabbable. Oh, yeah, animate spin. Good call. I always forget about that. Yep. And thanks, Carlos. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh man, yeah, your image looks familiar. Did you reach out on LinkedIn or something and I forgot to reply? I'm really bad at replying to those, if so. Sorry. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, you're right. I always forget about animate spin. Hold on. What's the other direction? Oh, there isn't like the other direction spin? Shit. Yeah, exactly. 3D factor. I've run into that a bunch of times. That's why I was mentioning it earlier. But it looks like Lucide nails it. So that's good. It's just the wrong direction. I know, right? Ungenerating secret. Yeah, exactly. We could always go and create it. Like, it is just CSS. We can do it. And it does look like it's perfectly centered, at least, which is nice. Like, I know we ran into that issue in the past when we were using Iconify. But Lucide looks like they've nailed it. Yeah, I don't know if we need the spin. All right, so what does everyone think? Should we do the one that looks like a button or just the icon? Any preference? We got 2 votes for button. We got 1 vote for icon. Buttons better for people with disabilities? I mean, technically, they're both buttons under the hood, though, right? So that was the constraint I had. Technically, they're both tabbable buttons, right? It's just more like at a glance, would you know that it's clickable? And Allison Vogel, thank you for the follow. Feels like the icon should be thicker. That's not a bad idea. think we can do that. Oh, maybe not. And what's up? How you doing there, Standard? It has been a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's just the size. Oh, stroke width right here, though. So yeah, we could set stroke width. Yeah, it wasn't the same page, though. Like, you linked to the wrong thing. Well, I don't think we want to mirror it. Like, we could just pick the icon that rotates like, that looks like it should rotate the other direction. We can just pick a different icon if we want it to rotate that way. I just feel like rotating left makes a lot of sense because you may be, like, regenerating the key. So then, like, rolling back makes a lot of sense to me. I think the rotation is unnecessary anyway. Like, it's a bit of fluff that no one's actually going to care that much about. Besides Dan. I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. Sorry, Dan. Yeah, let's keep going. So, we could do stroke width. Okay. Just making sure it was even doing anything. So looks like 2 was the default. Nah, no. I like it at the default. Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I think the default stroke width is fine. Okay. All right. I can count it. Just want to make sure we wanted to go no shadow. Yeah, I like it. All right, so we still have some other interaction stuff to do too, right? So we want to create the little icon buttons on the right side of this that will be the like visual as well as the copy. Now, here's my thought. Do we have a password input component? We don't. Because yeah, we're not doing username password on this project, so I wouldn't have recreated it. And I just don't think we're like until we have other places where we're going to do like a password style input, we don't need to create an abstraction. We can just inline this shit. Hmm. It is, but we want it to be toggleable. So we need those buttons. And we need a copy button too. And maintaining the state of whether the show or hide button has been toggled would be nice inside of a component instead of up here on the top level of the route. I understand how to do it, Dan. I totally understand that. But adding that extra bit of state to the route component is way grosser than having it encapsulated inside of a component itself. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just talking out loud, dude. I understand how to do this shit. I'm not asking for how to do it. I'm asking, is it worth the abstraction? Adding the copy logic. Is it worth an abstraction for the copy logic? Probably. Otherwise, we're just polluting our one big route component. Yeah, so if we're going to abstract out the copy stuff, we should probably abstract out the password stuff. So yeah, we're at least going to create it on this page. I don't know if it's worth moving out to another component yet. I do the rule of threes. So it's either on the third time that you're having that instance of something, or it's on the third time you're pasting, and then you have the option of deciding in the moment. But then, yeah, we run into the issue of trying to wire it up. Actually, let me just double check. Does neorealism.dev have a password component already? I just haven't looked. No. Oof. Yeah, no, so we still got to do that. No matter what, we got to wire it up to the React hook. Trying to think of the right way to type that. Sure, man. We'll decide. It's okay. Just chill. I think I actually did want to do it the way that they were recommending. Not sure about the field part, though. See what Super Maven's thinking. Ooh. But yeah, we don't know where that's coming from exactly. Let me double check this part. Okay. But the form doesn't submit, right? Sure. Ooh, honestly, I think I want to do this in here, just because we're defining all this stuff anyway. And 1 second, hold on. You want advice or a suggestion? From my experience, how difficult would it be to switch to Elixir from another language, Java or C Sharp? What are the most concerns? Popularity, small community, toolset, lack of documentation. Docs are pretty good. There definitely are not that many libraries. I think the biggest thing is learning like how to do things functionally. But I would say just try it. It costs you nothing to try it. I recommend using Phoenix just to get up and running. So have an API that you want to build and use the Phoenix framework. Yeah, I think I like the idea of just whatever. We're creating the component. I think it's nicer than putting all this other junk in the notifications page. Or notifications form. What do you mean by that, Lando? Yeah, immutability. Yep. And Lando, what does that have to do with chat notifications? Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. But yeah, is that what you're asking? Are you asking how I do my chat overlay? Hold on, let me skip this song. So yeah, I use a thing called Stream Parrot. The theme that you see right there is a theme that you can use. It also allows you to replace emotes like a smiley face with your own smiling face. Now, the size of the emote, that's something that I'm doing just in CSS in the browser source. But replacing emotes and text and stuff, that's like the main feature of Stream Parrot. I just linked it to you. Just look up in chat. Oh, this is where we run into an issue here, though. Hmm. Okay. You definitely didn't need Next.js for that. I think Next.js is actually a really bad use case, or a really bad choice for that use case. It's just HTML, CSS, and JS. You don't need a server. For what? No, I saw a little bit. Like, that doesn't help us at all, but okay. I think you could use a bit of separation of concerns. You can just wire up a bot that sends messages to your chat, and your chat overlay is just a thing that shows things. Yeah, I saw the link. It's fine. And then Surex. How does Phoenix compare to the mainstream frameworks like Next.js and Rails? Well, number one, I would say Next.js doesn't compare to any of the proper API frameworks at all. That's not what Next.js is good at. If you're building your canonical REST API with Next.js, you're going to end up rewriting that shit very soon because it sucks at it. It's really bad at being your canonical REST API. Every single company I've seen do that ends up rewriting. It's like using Next.js for your documentation site. It's a terrible fucking idea. It's just static assets. Why do you need Next.js for static assets? For the entire page, you're using Blender, pushing Three.js scenes. I understand that. I just think you would benefit from separation of concerns, Lando. I think you would benefit from micro apps rather than like one God app. But that's up to you. Do whatever you want, man. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. Like, you can have as many browser sources as you want overlaid on top of each other. Like, could you imagine if I had my chat overlay and the Flick game all in one browser source? Man, that would be a pain in the ass to maintain. I'm just talking about rendering context, dude. What's up, Ollie? How you doing? Can we just recognize that some of these comments may be Oren with his shit bots? Like, it seems to me like some of these comments are like glorified Markov chain comments. But yeah, Surix. I would definitely not compare Next.js to any proper API framework. As far as how Phoenix compares to something like Rails, I would say it's very close. The only thing Rails would really have as an advantage is a better community, right? Like more libraries to use that are maybe more maintained. But Phoenix doesn't move that fast, so a lot of libraries that haven't been touched in a few years are actually still totally valid. Like Phoenix doesn't move nearly as fast as like the TypeScript ecosystem. Doesn't mean that it's stagnant, but it means that they value backwards compatibility in a way that a lot of TypeScript doesn't. And not even TypeScript the language, but like TypeScript libraries, like Next.js. Or frameworks, I should say. Yeah, Phoenix is fine as far as security goes, especially if you're not using Phoenix to like render stuff, right? In my opinion, I do not use Phoenix to render any templates other than just spitting out JSON. I don't believe in my backend rendering anything. Nah, we don't. Those aren't even comparable. I don't know, Lando. It seems like you're trolling at this point. Yep, sounds about right there, Shaid. All right, so your day job involves Next.js and the TS ecosystem, and it feels like there is a new best practice or better way to do something every day. I can see that. Not necessarily. Like, there is a bunch of churn in Next.js, but I fucking hate Next.js. Let me just put it that way. So you're not going to get an unbiased opinion out of me about Next.js. I think the problems it tries to solve are not actually most people's problems. But they have really good marketing. And they have a really good onboarding. Like, you know, beginners can be productive very quickly. And that's fine, Elfman. Solid versus React versus whatever. Who gives a shit? No one cares. Use one. Be productive. Move on with your day. But I think it's the same thing. Solid Start versus Next.js versus Nuxt versus any of those. I think those are all really bad patterns. I think they fucking suck. Because server-side rendering is not a common case problem. You're either going to need a single page app or you're going to need static site generation. Server-side rendering is an edge case. But all of these full-stack frameworks have a vested interest in convincing you that server-side rendering is important, but it isn't. Server-side rendering is an edge case. Once you understand that, you'll recognize that all of these full-stack frameworks are basically bullshit. Get yourself a good static site generator and decorate your static site with interactive things here and there, and you're good to go. And find a static site generator that makes that easy. At which point, Astro. But yes, I fucking hate Next.js because they are the worst offender of convincing beginners that it's the right tool for the job. They're compiled to static. almost no Next.js site is actually compiled to static. Now, Vercel may be doing that behind the scenes for you, but they're still going to charge you as if they're server-side rendering. You're still going to have to deal with the bullshit of the use client, use server stuff. I just think it's a bad pattern. There you go. Sure, 3D Factor, but your site could totally just use static site generation and hit that 100 as well. I've run into too many documentation sites where if you click the wrong link in the wrong order, you get the Next.js error page. Why should your static documentation site see a Next.js error page? What the fuck? That's just bad engineering. There's no reason in hell a documentation site should ever show a Next.js error page. I think Blazor is also solving the wrong problems. You know the one. It's the all-black page, and it has like the little bit of text in the middle that says like error 500 or whatever. You know the one. I've seen too many doc sites that do that. No, it's not me configuring it, because I would never use Next.js for a documentation site. Ever. Ever. I have in the past, and I regretted it every time. Exactly. Gizmo, and I will call Guillermo Rauch Gizmo from here on out because I love the show What We Do in the Shadows. And it's also like, oh, Gizmo. You sweet summer child. Oh, Gizmo. Gizmo would love to convince you that Next.js solves every problem. It's actually the worst at the majority of problems. It's really good at server-side rendering, though. I just think server-side rendering is an edge case that they've tried to convince you is the common case. Yeah. I really, really want to start that. I like, there's another dude that calls him Triangle Man. That's also a good reference. That's a solid reference to They Might Be Giants and Tiny Toons. So, yeah, the Triangle Man is also good. Right? Triangle Man hates Person Man. But I like calling him Gizmo. Because it's just more fun. Now, keep in mind, dude's jacked. He could kick the shit out of me. Yeah. Triangle Man got hit in the head with a frying pan. Exactly. Or I think Person Man got hit in the head with the frying pan. Triangle Man just hates Person Man. Oh, no, we're going to have to listen to the song, aren't we? So yeah, real quick. Blazor server-side for like 10 clients in an industrial setting that use desktop apps before and doesn't want to create APIs but can allow different users with firewall access. Firefall sounds cool, though. Makes total sense in that use case. I still don't think it does. I disagree. I think Blazor is a solution looking for a problem. Now, I say this being a huge fan of Wasm. I just think Blazor is a bad implementation of it. If no one on the team knows nothing but C#, I guess, but no matter what you do, even with Blazor, you're going to have to deal with HTML and like web primitives. Like, you're not going to avoid that completely. Like if you're building a web application, right? You're not going to avoid having to care about the HTML and the DOM. So I still think like Blazor is a bad pattern for that. Let me put it this way. I've never done any WinForms or WPF. So maybe that's what I'm misunderstanding. SRT? I don't know what that is. You think Blazor is great for making admin pages, which have to be functional first. I still just disagree. I would personally prefer just a C# canonical REST API and consume that into whatever rendering primitive for the front end that you care about, right? An SPA or a marketing site, static site generator, whatever. I still massively prefer a canonical REST API that can then be consumed by any front end. That is the fundamental right way to build applications in my head, right? I could be wrong. You can disagree. That's fine. But to me, the utility of a proper REST API is unmatched. And the moment you start mixing like rendering primitives into that REST API, you're fucking up. Your backend shouldn't give a shit about how the rendering happens on the front end. It should not care. If you do end up needing to do some like back-endy kinds of things for some front end, that's where you do the back end for front end, like Netflix does. So once you understand like the scale of Netflix, they have a canonical REST API, which maybe has like microservices it calls out to and stuff, but they have a canonical REST API. And then they have micro applications that have their own back end for front end between the canonical REST API and the front end application. And that back end for front end can do all sorts of like data aggregation and fetching from multiple endpoints and all that stuff that you can save the front end from complexity wise. But in general, most applications will never need to get to the BFF stage of things. They just need to take in the data that the back end has. But as far as a progression goes, and yeah, I mean REST-like, not like fully RESTful. So Foo Force, I do still like the idea of treating resources and all that stuff, but I don't give a shit about HADOS. When we talk about REST, we're not talking about the full-on HADOS bullshit, like REST definition that the people who give a shit actually like. That ideal, it's dead. Who gives a shit? When we're talking about REST, what we're talking about are using the HTTP actions or methods as part of the convention of accessing the API, right? So understanding get, put, post, patch, etc., delete, that is fundamental, and I consider that close enough to REST versus like raw RPC, right? I consider GraphQL RPC. And I think GraphQL is usually a bad pattern too. It's good for certain things, but it's really bad for your canonical API. And I do like talking about this stuff, so, you know, don't feel bad like, oh no, you're distracting me. Nah. Getting better about arguing this stuff is actually kind of my job. GraphQL is really, really good for making the front-end experience better, but it should be an aggregator of your other data sources, of your other backends. It should never be your core backend. Here's a really good example, Sgt. Pepper. When Twitch rewrote from Ember to React, part of the reason was the tooling available for GraphQL, right? Apollo existed, so they used Apollo, as far as I remember. They at least used GraphQL. they were able to take 70 plus HTTP requests on the homepage of Twitch and whittle that down to 2. And if you understand how browsers waterfall the amount of HTTP requests that they're allowed to do, 70 plus HTTP requests will take many seconds to resolve because you can only have, depending on, especially back when they did the rewrite, you could only have 6 concurrent connections to a single backend endpoint, or to a single server. Let me put it that way, to a single domain. One way people ended up getting around that was round robining between a bunch of different domains that pointed to the same backend so that they didn't have to like waterfall these requests because you could only have 6 concurrent ones, especially on mobile. And I think on mobile it's still the case where you can only have 6 concurrent requests to a single domain. When you start realizing those problems, GraphQL solves that in a really nice way. Yeah, subdomain explosion. Yep. But yeah, these are fun conversations at least. And Ash looks really cool. I think Ash is interesting. I just think, I don't know. Phoenix does what I need so far. I haven't given Ash a try, so I don't know if I like it better or not. And I will eventually, but I'm not going to just throw it at this project for no reason. I'll have to use it the next time I need to create a REST API for something small. Blazor with client-side rendering, I approve. I don't know. I haven't done the fully client-side rendered Blazor approach. I do think that the payload is going to be too large because you have to ship all that WASM for it. I think WASM rendering is only needed if you know you need it. If you don't know you need WASM rendering, you're probably fucking up. Figma uses WASM rendering for their infinite canvas. And yes, if you're making something like Figma, you should definitely be using WASM. I get that. How many apps have the same problems as Figma? Very few. Most apps are just glorified create, read, update, delete. I think Blazor WASM rendering for that is the wrong choice. So I thought Blazor WASM still had an option where it could be fully client-side, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I just won't use it. Hono with bun? I think Hono's good as like a primitive, but it doesn't have enough for building large APIs, in my opinion. Like, I would prefer a more opinionated framework that ships with an ORM, that ships with other stuff. And Hono doesn't do that. There needs to be another like framework on top of Hono, just like, you know, Adonis and Nest.js are on top of Express still, I think. Right? There needs to be some larger framework on top of Hono still for it to be something I would ever consider, other than small one-off stuff. Now, if I do want to build on top of Cloudflare workers, Hono is basically the one true choice. I just haven't built anything significant on top of Cloudflare workers yet. That said, if you are considering Cloudflare workers and building some kind of startup on top of it, there's the Cloudflare Workers Launchpad program. And I don't know how long it'll actually exist for, but you should definitely check it out because you can get a bunch of free credits and all sorts of stuff. Right? 250K in credits and enterprise level features for Cloudflare for startups. And you can get introduction to VCs and all sorts of stuff. So that would be really cool. So at some point, I do want to build a product that leverages that. I'm just not there yet. I basically wanted to build my own... shit, I'm forgetting the name of it. Yeah, I forget the name. There's a product out there that allows you to set up, like, short links. It's like a short linking product. It's, like, fully bootstrapped. That is pretty cool. I wanted to build basically a clone of that on top of this stuff. And hey, what's up, Code Drift? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. A privacy-first chat translator. Oh, that's nifty. Oh, that's a cool idea. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. We're currently, like, working on a thing, but we're getting massively sidetracked by good questions and ranting a bit. I know, what's new, right? Same shit, different day. The thing we're currently working on. So my project is that. There's a message you can read about what the product actually is. The feature that we're building today is we are setting up webhooks as a notification mechanism. So, right, you can get notified via Slack, via email, via Discord. We were looking at Microsoft Teams. We punted that for a bit. And now we're allowing people to set up their own webhooks. So we're going to follow the patterns of GitHub and Discord with how they allow webhooks to be set up. And we're just slowly working on that part. Specifically, we're trying to build out this like secret key input field because users should be able to type whatever they want and make it be the secret key. I don't give a shit. But then eventually they'll click this button to generate something if they want. And it's going to be a password field because it is a secret key. And we need to get like the eyeball icon to like show hide. And we need a copy button as well. So we're building out that component for the show hide and the copy stuff. But we've been getting majorly sidetracked by what I consider good questions, because the better I am at arguing those questions, the more I can shut them down in the future. Yeah, an important headache. Yeah, and this is going to be for signing the webhook. And we're going to do the Discord thing and force people to validate the signature. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do still. But yeah, we're working on it. So yeah, it's fun. So yeah, your privacy first chat translator thing. That sounds interesting. And yeah, thank y'all for chilling. Yeah, this album's good. We were just talking about Next.js and Gizmo Rausch, you know, their CEO. And how there's another, like, Gizmo's the name I give him because of What We Do in the Shadows. Right? Because the familiar in What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show, is Guillermo. So yeah, I will forever be calling Guillermo Gizmo. And that just makes it more fun, doesn't it? But there's, we were talking about how another person calls them Triangle Man, like the, They Might Be Giants song. And we may end up playing Triangle Man here soon. Or not Triangle Man, but Particle Man. But yeah, dude, calling Guillermo Gizmo? Oh, man, I'm really proud of that. Patent pending. Oh, that's pretty cool, Code Drift. I like that. And you're basically just building that because you want it for your stream. And yes, Triangle Man hates Person Man. Exactly. They have a fight. Triangle wins. Triangle Man. Gotcha. Yeah, that's cool. And then Lasamont. Or, hold on. Did I miss any other comments before we move on a bit more? All right, so 3D factor. Hold on. Wasm is great for big data processing. You're currently working on an engine to utilize progressive JPEGs. So you could fetch JPEG and the Wasm spits out the full image as soon as the first scan of JPEG is drawable. Then progressively gives higher quality images until it's fully loaded. Handled automatically in DOM images, but it doesn't work like that in web workers and WebGL context. Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's just how they work, but only when you're using the DOM directly. So there you go. No, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's almost similar, like, not the exact same problem, but... So hold on, I got flick right here, and you can do flick and an emote. Who here has an animated emote that they could show real quick? I mean, I guess we could do the Primogen, right? Or actually, I don't know what the Primogen's dance emote like officially is. Code Drift, you got an animated emote. So yeah, Foo Force, do that one. Do flick and then a space and then that emote. There you go. So this is what I was getting at, right? It's animated in the DOM, which is the chat overlay, but it's not animated when it's rendered to the canvas. Because the canvas, we just take an image and we send it, and then the animation and canvas stuff is basically just the first frame of the GIF, right? Now, there are ways that we could fetch other frames and render them as, like, the frame tick goes, but that's a lot of work. So we just didn't do it because I'm lazy. But yeah, exactly, Code Drift. Yeah, I assume you do some like stuff with animation and all that too. I did not know about that 3D factor. That sounds like a cool feature. You had a dance party for a while. You did it in DOM, and it was the same issue. I feel like the DOM should be good. The problem is that we're using Matter.js for that game, for like the physics of it and stuff, and that's rendered to a canvas. And the canvas is not the DOM, so it doesn't have GIF support. It doesn't have progressive JPEG support. Oh, Twitch only hands back the first frame for a bunch of old animated emotes? Oh. I get that software, but I don't use it that way. Yeah. I think the pattern that Phoenix promotes, what is it? Live View in Phoenix. It's Live Wire in Laravel. It's Hotwire in Rails. Blazor is the C# version. I think all of those are really bad patterns. I fucking hate them. number one, like, I don't think WebSockets are a scalable mechanism for that stuff. And I don't want my backend giving a shit. I want full-on horizontal scalability of my REST API. And you don't get that the moment you start adding WebSockets. Now, you can add it, and you can do it, and you can make it work, but it's a fucking pain in the ass. I hate it. So yeah, Sockware, that's what I'm getting at. Just because Phoenix encourages it doesn't mean you have to do it. And Phoenix is still a properly useful and performant REST API without rendering. Next.js is not. Next.js is a shit REST API if you're not doing the SSR part. I've seen companies do it. Cal.com, I'm looking at you. The dev experience for Cal.com used to suck. They had a next application for their API. They had a next application completely separate for their front end, like for their marketing site. They had a next application for, like, you know, their docs and that stuff. They had a next application for their actual app part of things. Running 3 Next.js applications concurrently was like 16 gigs of RAM. Like, dude, it was fucking insane. Just the absolute worst choice. They've since fixed it. But yeah, that's just bad engineering. Scaling is never an issue. Yeah, until it is, right? It complicates your discovery. I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. Let's just go all the way back up to the top. If you want to spin up a REST API, there's just a couple flags you pass. Oof. We run mix quite a bit, though, don't we? Oh, shit. I thought it was mix. Ah, oh, damn it. What was the command now? Hold on. Yeah, I thought it was mix phoenix.new. But yeah, basically here. So you can do no HTML and no assets. You can do no live. So basically your command would be mix phoenix.new -- no HTML and -- no assets. And then finally -- no live. And you're done. And then you're just spinning up a REST API. They used to make this part a lot harder to discover. Oh, is there a -- API only now? I don't remember that one. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that would be nice, actually. I think that that abstraction would be good. I think that would be a pretty cool thing for them to do. All right, so then coded adventure. What is an API? An API, like the word or the initialism API is pretty generic. It's just an application programming interface. It's how applications talk to each other. In the case of the web, we typically mean REST API, and I'm putting that in quotes because someone's going to chime in again that nobody builds REST properly. So we mean REST-like. And it's just a way of the front end to communicate with your back end. Hey, what's up, Misty? How you doing? And yes, I know I have spent basically an entire year procrastinating doing the beanies. I am resolving myself. I am forcing myself to do that at the start of the year. I do have to wait though, because I'm gonna want to like write off the expenses of it and all that stuff. And I'm gonna want to like set up my stream through that same business. So like all the revenue I get from streaming, I can then write off the expenses of printing out shirts and paying for equipment and blah, 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 which I haven't done yet. So I'm a bad streamer because of it. Yes, I will be doing custom CM gripping beanies. I guarantee it. But procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. No, there's like a couple sites that I would do like wholesale stuff through. I'm trying to figure out which site would be like. So yeah, like this website is an option. I'm not saying I'm definitely going to use this one because there's some other wholesalers. But yeah, the Park Wholesale and the other wholesale site I looked at, they require that you have a like wholesaler, like, I guess it's like an ID or whatever, so that you're not paying tax to them because you're promising that you're going to charge tax to your customers. So yeah, the plan is to set that up at the start of the year. I had planned to do that at the start of this year. But it's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Well, I mean, that would be the wholesale cost. But I'm very particular about beanies. So, as an example. Oh, wait. Where did that beanie go? Oh, wait. Oh, and I should keep this cleaner. I massively appreciate the Coolify dude, Andrus, giving me this free beanie. That was really fucking cool of him. But I'm actually pretty particular about beanies. And this one just, it doesn't fit me very well. So I'll just maintain it as this awesome gift from an awesome dude. It's just not the style of beanie I wear. So I'm particular about the beanies that I would want produced. Alibaba might have them at 20 to 30 cents, except for then, like, tariffs and all that shit. But at $4, I could charge, I don't know, 10 to 15. And you'd be getting a better value than what you would get from, I don't know, some of the other bullshit places. Yeah, I was looking and I don't remember seeing 20 to 30 cents. Like 2 to 4, but then that 2 to 4 doesn't count like the shipping cost, you know? So I'd rather just go domestic if I can. And I wouldn't even be getting them to do like the labeling. I would get the labels printed separately and then I'd just attach them myself. Right? Like, oh, this beanie doesn't have it. Shit. Yeah, I don't have any of my Neff beanies nearby. But there's like a good like way that Neff does their labeling where it's this like tag that goes on the brim here and it says like Neff right there, but then on the other side it says Neff too. So you have the option of doing like the, beanies like this instead of like cuffing it. I really like that. Yeah, I know there's ones on Alibaba that do labeling too, but for the sake of not having to have too much stock on hand, I'd rather just do the labels ad hoc. Because then I can just have a bin of labels of the different kinds of labels I want to do. One would be Mr. Sir. One would be like an SVG version of my smiley face, right? One might just be CM Griffing. I could get a mass production of the labels and then attach them as I see fit, and I don't have to keep all of that stock on hand for the different labels per color, per whatever, right? All right. Any more technology questions before I get back to implementing this shit? So I don't mind answering. I just, kind of want to get some shit done here. Yeah, life of a streamer. Exactly. All right, so if we're showing the password, we want to do, it's like I close. I might have these backwards. I think I have these backwards. I think we're good. Oop. All right, so then this is a copy icon. Oh, and I always forget. What's the can I use on the clipboard stuff? I think it's good. Still a working draft, though. Write text is good. All right, write text will be fine. All right, so that means we end up needing a ref for this. Oop, not that. Oh. Oh, we actually had that. Shit. I didn't need that. We're good. So yeah, we got a ref in there. What's up, J-Lem? How you doing? There isn't a ref.current? I think we're running into the issue of forward ref stuff. Yeah, I mean, they're saying current doesn't exist on this, though. I guess because of how the ref is a forward ref versus like a regular ref. So that might be our issue. Like, no matter what, the safe navigation operator should have us, Dan. And yeah, JLem, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, it's a forward ref. So that's what I'm thinking is, like, the forward ref probably needs to go on the outer ref here. And then I can do the input ref on this, right? I think that's what I need to do. But I can't remember. Oh, yeah, good call, JLem, right? Because you're used to the Middle East. where nothing is walkable, basically, right? Because, yeah, right? Like, would you really consider where you were at the Midwest? Because I feel like the Midwest is really like more like Oklahoma, you know? Like Oklahoma, Nebraska, that kind of shit. So instead, no, you're like the Middle East. Or you were in the Middle East. I know, you're right. Yeah, you're Eastern time zone. Yeah, for sure. Basically, if you're not on like if you're not directly on the coast, on that East Coast, then you're the Midwest. That's basically it. But yeah, I'm not sure I agree. Yeah, yeah, no. I get it. I get it. I think it's more fun to call it the Middle East. But JLem, I tried to give PoE 1 a try. I hate it. I can't do the click to move thing. I need the WASD. So what I'm thinking is I'll just gift you PoE 2 whenever like the next season's about to start up. That just sounds easier. Because of RuneScape? I mean, up to you. Oh, Sir X, you were the other way around? I mean, you still have the option of click to move in PoE 2, though. Right? Like, the fact that they give you the option is really cool. Yeah, PoE 1 just has too many mechanics that I just didn't feel like dealing with. Feels like it's built around WASD? Maybe. I could see that, but I've seen plenty of people do it and make it work. Like, Pirate Software made, like, the click-to-move thing work. He was playing hardcore and shit, and he was getting far enough. But I guess it's, you know, the devil you know. And no, I'm not referring to Pirate Software as the devil we know. Okay, maybe I was a little bit. The foot pedal hack? Wait. Four wheel, there's a foot pedal hack? What is that? I mean, I don't mind gifting it. Oh, for old school RuneScape, there's a foot pedal hack. Wait, what is the foot pedal hack then? That sounds interesting. Huh. I've never played RuneScape in my life. But the more I see of RuneScape, the more I realize that they just copied Ultima Online. For the most part. And for that I got major respect, because I love Ultima Online. Every time you click the pedal, your character does a specific move. It's a 1-to-1 ratio to ensure you stay within TOS. Because TOS says that you're not allowed to, like, macro, right? That was something that I thought Ultima Online did really well by allowing you to like script some of that stuff. Right? Like, dude, let me just do one fucking key code thing and let me just like spam some spells. You know? Fuck it. Right? Let me do a haste and a fucking flame strike into a magic missile and some other shit. Like, who cares, man? Just press the buttons. Problem solved. I think that's something WoW did really well, too, by allowing people to, like, make macros like that, right? I think that's allowed, yeah? I feel like it's built into World of Warcraft now. Yeah. I mean, I fucking hate World of Warcraft, but yeah, like, at least they did that right. And what's up, Oren? Were you botting us earlier? All right, just double checking. Thank you. Again, please ask people's permission before you do that stuff. Please. Ethics and morals are important. That's beside the point. That doesn't actually matter, Oren. I really, really wish you would understand ethics and morals better. And I wish you had some. Ooh, the burp that didn't happen. Okay, so right, we want this copy input to let the user know that they have copied it properly. So we want to change up the icon. So this will be some state. This will be copied, set copied. We'll set copied to true, and then, I don't know, 2 seconds, set copied to false. I think that's fine. We'll see. We'll see. And then, yeah, for this part, We should probably do a copied check versus copy. We can always figure out a better icon as we see fit. All right, do we think we built out this password input component properly? Only one way to tell. Let's get it in there. Copy check. Yeah, I know that one was there too. I just, I don't know. I like the idea of the check more so, but I need to see it first. Maybe I like the copy check more, but we gotta find out. So, not a big deal. Those look terrible. All right, so let's fix that. Yeah, and I think so, Carlos. We'll see. How about that? We'll find out. Either it works or it doesn't. But we need to get access to that value. That said, honestly, like the value, it's probably part of the props that are getting passed in anyway. But let's at least just do it this way for now. All right, so we're close. I think we need some styling fixes. Yeah, like the spacing needs some work. For some reason, they are like grayed out. Like they're, I don't know, something's wrong there. Yeah, we should do that, just to be sure. No, the whole issue was because we didn't have the type on the button, so the type defaults to submit. That's why we saw the errors. So adding type button fixes it. Like, I knew it would. But can we just marvel at the fact that I basically YOLO coded this input, and we were very close? We were very close. Right? Like front-end dev shit. Like we hadn't looked at it at all while we were hammering out the functionality. And we basically YOLO coded that shit. Just saying, it's not my first rodeo. I've made this component too many times. Now, it's actually not perfect because we need to add a... Like, here's a better way to demonstrate it. As we go, the text goes beyond or into the buttons. And I think we did make it like fully accessible. I'm pretty sure this is fully accessible. Right? Like all that's tabbable. We do have the SR only like labels and stuff. There may be a flaw in I might need like an aria like will change or something like that, like as these labels change. Because I feel like that should be something that gets announced. Like, is there a proper aria tag I can do for that? And will change is probably the wrong word, but you know what I meant, right? And yeah, actually this is missing that stuff. So yeah, let me add a copy text. There we go. And maybe even like we can make it more explicit, but I think copy text. If we want to keep this generic, I think copy text is the right option. Oh, burpy burp. But yeah, Todd, it may not be perfect. Aria live or Aria relevant on the live regions? Okay. Say more. And I'm sorry, I hate using that fucking that slang. Whenever I hear say less or say more, does someone just tell me to go fuck myself? Like, yeah. Just sorry. I am sorry for using that Zoomer term. I don't know what it means. And hey, what's up, Go Girl? Cheers to you. Aria love, polite. Oh, is Aria live actually the right way to do it? Like Aria live equals polite? Is that a thing? Just the word polite? I thought you were memeing. Shit. All right. I thought you were making a reference to the Tenacious D song. You don't always have to effort hard. You know, sorry. It's an old school song. You know. Yeah, in fact, sometimes that's not right. Yeah, exactly. Tenacious D's the best. Dude, we used to listen to that so much back in the day. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but when I was in high school, we'd go drive around for a good place that we could park and smoke a bunch of weed and listen to music because we couldn't smoke a bunch of weed in our houses because we were teenagers. So yeah, we'd get super baked and we'd listen to like Tenacious D, or we'd listen to like a select few songs on that like Aphex Twin album, right? Like yeah, for sure. That's fucking teamwork. Pick of Destiny is still pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Your friend's family cornfield. There you go. Yep, that's what happens when you live in the Mideast. That's also a Midwest thing, too. I get it. No, we have corn mazes here in Washington, like, during Halloween. So, no, I get it. Corn mazes are a universal thing here in the U.S., except Nevada. I would highly doubt there's a corn maze in Nevada. There could be a corn maze in Nevada, but it's spelled K-O backwards R-N. And it's just Jonathan Davis, like, in the middle of the maze, trying to make as much money as he can because he's broke. Right? You walk into the corn maze, and you just hear, like, "Are you ready?" Yeah, it's just Jonathan Davis standing in a field. Exactly. It's just Jonathan Davis standing in a field holding a piece of corn, and then you realize it's K-O-R-N for corn, and then maze was spelled M-A-I-Z-E. So it's just the corn maze, and he's just holding one thing of corn. Hold on. Hold on. I got the Mac Mini. We should use it. Hold on. Where is this fucking thing? Diffusion B. All right, save me Diffusion B. Text to image. Jonathan Davis from Korn, standing in the middle of a field holding a piece of... Ah, shit. Cord. Damn it. If I could type. How do I stop it? Stop all. Generate again. Make it happen. Make it so. That's not bad. Oh, shit. That's not bad. Oh, no. All right, we're going to generate some more just to be sure. Oh, man. Corn maze 1. We're going to go square, and we're going to generate like 4 of them. There we go. There we go. Holy shit. I'm really proud of this. Inspiration strikes you at the weirdest times, doesn't it? It's so accurate. It does look like Chris Coyer, though. Doesn't it? That does kind of look like Chris Coyer. Hold on. I do have to go pee real quick. I'd say this one's solid. There's Corn Maze too. Actually, this one's not bad either. What can we do to improve the prompt? I need your help, but I gotta pee real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, what can we do to improve the prompt? Anyone got any thoughts? The fact that the shirt looks the same every single time is kind of amazing. He doesn't wear beanies. No, no. Yeah, we added photographic. That might help. Yeah, there you go, Peter. You're not wrong. That's not a bad idea. I think we can just like pick the style here. That's actually really accurate. Mm-hmm. And it got rid of like the rest of the corn. Oh, we back, Tech Brew. We back. Damn, that was a long meeting. So yeah, Tech Brew, what you missed? For some reason, I don't even know how, but somehow the conversation flipped to a corn maze, but it's spelt Korn, and then maze is Maize, right? So yeah, corn maze. I don't even remember how we got onto the subject, but you know, serendipity, right? You don't question inspiration. You ordered pizza tonight? Ooh, what's your pizza of choice? Dude, this one might be the one. I think that's the one. This one's not bad either. Do we just try it again? Because Adidas, like, tracksuits are actually part of, like, Korn's branding back in the day. Did you not know that? They were actually, like, sponsored by Adidas. They had a song titled Adidas. Like, it's part of Korn's, like, lore at this point. Yeah. That dude definitely knows all about corn. Right? People talk about their inner child, but no one talks about their inner gremlin. Yes, my nickname back then was Gremlin. So hold on. We were talking about Particle Man earlier. I gotta hear that song. Good old Triangle Man, right? Triangle Man hates Person Man. Narondo Johnson? No. Particle Man. All right, let's just try it one more time. Is there anything else I should add to the prompt? What do y'all think? Narondo Johnson. Oh, okay. So he's like a person. He's not like famous. John Deere hat? Wait, does he wear John Deere hats? Is that a thing? I don't remember that from like my corn reference. My corn references. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that'd just be goofy. Petty Crocker. Solid. Oh, come on. Let me zoom in. There we go. Is that Narondo? I don't think I know him personally. 3D Factor, you're saying this song? Triangle Man hates Person Man. They have a fight, Triangle wins. Yeah, this band is They Might Be Giants. They're from the 90s. Like, if anything, Tom Green took inspiration from this shit. This song was featured in the show Tiny Toons. Yeah, They Might Be Giants are great. All right, so yeah. We'll get back to actually coding stuff, I swear. Bitch quick. Well, that's just mean. All right, we'll try one more generation. We're posting this shit for sure. My bum is on the Swedish. 3D Factor. I don't know if you know this. That song was actually filmed here in Seattle. Or that's like the music video for that song. And the Swedish is the Swedish hospital here in Seattle. Like, I've been by the Swedish sign that he put his bum on. Yeah, it's solid. Yeah. No, Tom Green's great. What is it? Sandwich? I saw that movie in the theater. Now it all makes sense, doesn't it? Right? Now it just makes sense. Oh, of course Chris saw that movie in the theater. And he was never the same again. All right. Are any of these a winner? The one where the corn is basically his junk is interesting. Oh, you saw it with your parents? Oh, brutal, dude. Brutal. All right. Are either of these the winner? Oh, dude, yeah. Well, hold on. The horse scene's good. There's also the elephant scene. And Daddy, would you like some sausage? All right, hold on. Come on, They Might Be Giants. Give us a better song. A little worrying. Yeah. It's so Todd, you're old enough to remember The Glass Jar. I never saw it, but the stories are scarring enough. When fire was invented. Touche. Nothing could have prepared your parents for Freddy Got Fingered. Yeah, I get it. All right. Yeah, no, come on. Let's give us, like, come on. Where's the classic? The classic They Might Be Giants. We just heard Particle Man. Where's the others? Wait, TMB? No, hold on. No. Yeah, like Cake Party. Or, no, Lemon Party. Or Cake Fart. Dude, the internet was so much more unhinged. It's why I really question if people are like, oh my god, kids these days and they're like skibbity toilet. Do you not remember what the internet was like when we were young? It was way worse. Like, way worse. Like, the internet was scary. Yeah, like rotten.com. Holy shitballs, dude. Like, the internet is very tame these days. Yeah, kids today have never been goat seed. Exactly. Do not Google that, everyone. Do not Google that. Right? It's like the joke, like, oh yeah, that person behaves like, they've never been punched in the mouth. Yeah, kids today behave like they've never been goat seed. Yeah, I think the other image we had was good. All right, we're posting that shit. We're doing it. Corn Maze number 4, I think, is the winner. Six, 7 is incredibly tame. Yeah, you've never been goat seed and it shows. Tears in the Rain. Exactly. Yeah. We've seen some shit. Literally. Oh, yeah, 3D Factor. There's that joke from IT Crowd. Do you remember the internet at this speed? You'd spend all night and see 8 women. Faces of Death. I mean, that was on VHS, wasn't it? That was like a viral like VHS video. Like that was like bum fights era. No, Faces of Death is before bum fights. I'm just saying like they're still kind of the same era though, right? Faces of Death was easily like 3 or 4 years, sure. Oh, Trauma. Oh, yeah. Trauma is classic. Like, dude, Trauma, Nukem High, Toxic Avenger, which I'm actually looking forward to the new Toxic Avenger film. It feels like they have a good sense of humor about it. I remember Cannibal the Musical from the South Park guys was actually distributed on Troma. So if you ever rented Cannibal the Musical, you would eventually see, like before things, a bunch of like the trailers for other Troma films, like Tromeo and Juliet. What was it? Samurai Cop, I think. I think Samurai Cop was Troma. Yeah. Cannibal the Musical is the original like Trey and Matt Stone film. That was like their senior thesis, basically. Much in the same way that Dark Star was John Carpenter and Roy O'Bannon's senior thesis. Did you know that? The band Pinback is actually named for a character in the movie Dark Star. I'm a massive John Carpenter fan, and I'm a massive Pinback fan. And I got to see Pinback when I went to TwitchCon. They played that Friday night. Dude, they fucking nailed it. Like, Rob put all the weight back on. He got really skinny during COVID, like when he quit drinking and shit. He put all the weight back on. But he fucking nailed it singing. Like, back in the day when he was, like, drinking heavy, he'd be, like, the out-of-tune guy. He was totally, like, in key and everything. Like, dude, he fucking nailed it. But it was an interesting show. And, again, if you don't know Pinback, my bad. But it was a very interesting show because they didn't have a keyboardist. So they had to pick and choose the songs based upon their lack of a keyboard player. And it meant that they played a different set than I've seen of any of their shit. Like, it was really cool. Like, it was a totally different set from other Pinback shows I've been to. Which I've only been to 2, I think. But, man, they were good. All right, let's just play random YouTube music now. Let me grab another soda. No, I don't know that reference at all. Prince of Darkness? What is that? Was that a Carpenter film that I don't know? Wait. Prince of... Is that the one that's like the magic thing? No, I don't think that's John Carpenter. Wait, is it? Prince of Darkness? Is that the magic film? Like where it's like a bunch of like magicians and shit? Hold on. Is this... Oh, that's music department. No. He was the director? Prince of Darkness. I haven't actually seen this one, actually. Yeah, no, good call. I don't know this one. Donald Pleasance, though. Fuck yeah. Dude, he's great in everything he's done. Okay. No, and I was looking at this. This is one of the ones I haven't seen before. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I never saw this one. Yeah. I could watch it at some point. Oh, and Street Schizo, that's Alice Cooper right there, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm not a big fan of horror films, if I'm being honest. I like The Thing because it's more sci-fi than horror, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm not big into horror films. I can barely watch Halloween. It's not horror? Okay. It has a definite like horror vibe to it. Not scary, just creepy. Okay. I mean, I feel like that's how a lot of horror was back in the day. Like, oh shit. Hold on. I forget the actor's name. Any film with this dude in it. How do I get to it? Frighteners. I always forget his name, but who's the actor? Oh, we just saw him. Hold on. This dude. Anything with Jeffrey Combs in it. Like, dude, like, he doesn't do straight up horror. He just does really creepy shit. Yeah, Reanimator. Like, I'm not even thinking of that. Like, there's a bar that I used to go to after meetups and stuff that played some of, like, the gnarliest Jeffrey Combs films. Damn, he was in Ham's Two Brains? I didn't know that. But hold on. Oh, I didn't remember him in Robot Jocks either. He was in The Guyver, yeah. What the fuck am I thinking of that he was in? That was like really gnarly horror. He's a great actor, for sure. From Beyond. Oh my god, dude, this film is super goddamn creepy, man. Like, so goddamn creepy. Good, though. But, like, man, I would not have watched this film on my own. It just happened to, like, be playing at the bar I was at. It just so happened to be playing at the bar I was at. It's worth watching. It's just, it's not my cup of tea. And then, yeah, he's done a few others like that, too. All right, so let's keep working on this component. And we can keep chatting about movies, too. I just at least want to get a little work done while we're hanging out. But yeah, like the not scary, just creepy films are still really not up my alley. Like, I don't like Evil Dead. But I'll happily watch Army of Darkness. Does that, like, show you where the lines I draw kind of are? I just said Evil Dead. Like, I just said it, and I'm not a fan. Yeah. I literally just said, like, I don't like Evil Dead, but I'll happily watch Army of Darkness. So that's where I, like, draw the line between, like, creepy and campy. I did watch Dead Alive and some of those older, like, creepy horror films. Like, I've seen them, you know. I've seen enough of, like, the old school creepy horror films that when someone tells me they're a fan of horror and they don't know those, I can press X to doubt. Oh, yeah, you like horror films, but you've never seen Evil Dead or Dead Alive? Yeah, exactly. And it's okay. You can like horror, but don't say you're a horror fan. Fan means fanatic. There's a big difference, okay? I feel like people nowadays say they're fans of horror, but they've only seen like modern. And most modern horror is just gore porn. Honestly, a lot of the 80s horror films were also gore porn, so touche. But it's like saying you're a fan of literature and you've only read Stephen King. I'm not saying he's bad, he's got some good shit, but there's so much more you gotta read if you're gonna say you're a fan of literature. Ooh, this song right here. This was the last song they played at the show, like at the end of their encore, when I saw a Pinback, and they fucking nailed it. Dude, it hit so good. Oh, it hit so good. Oh, it hit so good when they played this in concert. Dude, yeah. Some of the other songs were good, but they did this song so well. The drummer could have been better. The drummer was kind of shit, if I'm being honest. The drummer was kind of shit. Maybe it was just mixed bad. I also smoked a fat blunt before the concert, too. So, yeah, maybe I was baked. Whatever. All right, so one big thing. Yeah, this Gap 2? Nah. No Gap. Text Gray 400. Fuck that. That's what's doing that. And then this input needs padding. And let's just say PR16. Oh, for now. It's got to be more than that. But, hold on. These buttons need a P0 on them as well. I just gotta say one, I don't know. Probably shouldn't say it. Man, seeing Pinback like 2 weeks ago at TwitchCon, it actually caused me to reach out to like a really old friend that I haven't chatted with for a while. And I don't know. I'm stoked to like reconnect. Like Pinback was one of the things that we like really shared, and it was cool. Yeah, I'm stoked for it. Oh yeah, no, we're meeting up at a show for the Faint. Yeah, we're gonna go see the Faint. You know, we'll hang out, we'll chat. Probably won't go any further than that, but I don't know. I like the nostalgia. I'm a little bummed that I haven't actually been able to chat with them for easily 6 or 7 years. Like I really care about history. I really value that. And the older I get, the more I care about just reconnecting versus, I don't know, the bullshit reason we lost touch in the first place. All right, so we're close. For some reason, the spacing of these is still kind of shit. This song reminds you of the Gorillas? I could see that. Sure. And yeah, Peter, I mentioned Nukem High earlier too. Yeah, dude. Trauma. Just so good. I've still never seen Tromeo and Juliet, but it was one of the trailers before Cannibal the Musical. So I've seen the trailer way too many times. All right, so hold on. There's something weird about the spacing of these that we need to figure out. All right, so number one, that right two is off. But I also think we could fine tune the width of those things just a bit. We'll leave the height just because it makes like the vertical spacing good. But I feel like the width could be shrunk down a bit. All right, so then yeah, if we do that and then we do ooh, classic song right here. Fuck yeah. All right, how do we feel about it? How do we feel about it? I think I need just a little more padding right. I think, yeah, a PR20 nails it. At which point, just a little more space would probably be fine. Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Yeah, this feels pretty good so far. All right, yeah, the copy paste works great. All right. And damn, it's already 8 o'clock. Shit. Five a.m. where you're at? What the fuck? Damn, I keep forgetting that. You're in like the UK, right? But no work tomorrow? Oh, there you go. All right. Lithuania. Same thing. I'm kidding. Totally different. Yeah, yeah. Being a freelancer, you don't really have a clock. I get it. No, that makes sense. No, and yeah, 5 a.m. No, that's not the same thing. I feel like you're like 1 hour off of the UK, maybe two, depending on daylight savings, actually. Yeah, I forget this weekend, our daylight savings kicks in here in the US. That shit's gonna fuck me up, man. So it is a 2 hour difference from the UK. Okay. That makes sense. So do you guys have daylight savings at the same time they do then? Like, do you sync your daylight savings time to them? Ah, kicked in last weekend. Makes sense. Yeah, ours is like a week separate. So there's like at least a single week where the UK is not 8 hours different, but it's 7 hours different. Or maybe it's nine. I forget which way the hour goes. But yeah, like it really fucks with my head. Damn, why is this song so fucking quiet? Just bad mixing. Trying to make AI agents to behave feels like playing with toddlers or trying to make toddlers play nice. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, so now we got like major stuff to do still with this, right? Like we got to create the webhook. And then we need to get to like the validation step. Right? And if we added the webhook here, we can totally do it. But I think this is a good point to pick up tomorrow. Because technically, I need to get some food in me. Project says work, face says chill. What next? Stream snacks? I mean, no, I need some food in my belly. What I eat is up in the air. I don't have any like ham or bacon thawed, so I'm not going to be doing the nachos that I want to eat. I should thaw the ham. I should get the ham thawing for sure. And yeah, tomorrow night that'll be some nachos. Cause I ordered cheese from Costco, right? Like shredded, like the Mexican style, like mix or whatever. I forgot that it came with 2 giant bags of cheese, so I need to consume that cheese. Oh shit! The one good Smashing Pumpkins song. I know they had a couple others, but this is like their best one. That's a solid riff, right? I know, Smashing Pumpkins for Halloween? That is very fitting. Good job, YouTube. And it's at least like the good Smashing Pumpkins song, because I really don't like Smashing Pumpkins. Not a fan. I have no idea how Billy Corgan became a frontman. That's some 90s shit for sure. That's some 90s shit. For sure. But let's go raid someone who's streaming right now. But that riff is good. That is a solid guitar riff. Honestly, like, man. That is such a solid guitar riff. Oh, and we saw Tim earlier. We're gonna go raid Tim. Yeah, no worries, Todd. Yeah, we're going to raid Tim. Wait, I just clicked his stream. Why didn't it go? Yeah, we're gonna go raid Tim Bodette. It's actually really rare to see him streaming at this time of day. He's doing a 24-hour Halloween stream. So this is perfect. You walked out of a Pumpkin show in 92 because he was such a douche, and you swore you'd never voluntarily listen to a Pumpkin song again, and you never have. So now I'm forcing that on you. It's basically like I'm waterboarding you with Billy Corgan. I apologize for that. You do got to admit, at least, this song's good. Despite Billy Corgan, somehow this song is good. Yeah, exactly. Shit, what game was I playing the other day? Was that Borderlands 4? I don't remember what it was, but some game I was playing made like a rat in a cage reference, and it was amazing. Some game I was playing made a rat in a cage reference, and it was really good. That's also like the other passable Smashing Pumpkins song. All right, so let's go raid Tim Bodette. He's a good dude. He's doing some game dev stuff. Looks like 24 hours of ghosts, bugs, and spooky game dev. And yeah, he was here earlier. I feel bad. Like, we were like mid-rant, so I think I forgot to properly say hello. So I can properly say hello when we raid him. When I feel like, yeah, he's got like a different background. Like, he's changed up his studio a bit. I feel like that's cool. I like it. So yeah, for everyone unaware, I'll be over on Gaming Channel. I should probably get some work done, but you know, I need to eat some food. And The Outer Worlds 2 did just release. So we'll see what we do over on Gaming Stream. I don't know for sure yet, but let's go say hello to Tim and have a great rest of your night. Later.